Consider a world where winter is not a season but a condition of existence. A sky perpetually low and heavy, like a layer of unbleached wool pressing down upon the earth. Here, memory is not for nostalgia, it is a survival tool, a map drawn in neural pathways. Your grandfather's squint at a cloud formation, your grandmother's fingers tracing a specific stitch pattern into leather, a calendar of frost and thaw. The cadence of an old song holding the secret to finding water under a solid sheet of ice. Across the Siberia tundra, families moved to the silent rhythm of reindeer hooves in snow. Their universe was not one of places, but of motion, of the hiss of a small fire, of a perpetual, delicate truce with the cold. Harmony is a softer word for this relationship. It was a slow, meticulous contest with a land that knew no forgiveness and offered no repetitions. Tonight, we enter that expanse of white silence. Before we begin this journey into the endless winter, I invite you to tap the like button and subscribe to Epic Boring History. Drift with us into more of these nocturnal explorations of forgotten pasts. Leave a comment if you wish. Tell us your location, the hour in your part of the world. Some of you listening in the deep well of night, others at dawn's first light, others in the quiet suspension of afternoon. Now perhaps lower the lights. Turn on a fan for its steady, hushed whir. Let yourself settle. We are about to enter a realm where cold was not a sensation, but a permanent intresident, a companion whose whisper was woven into every decision, every gesture, every exhaled breath. Morning in any meaningful sense did not arrive. The concept implies warmth, unfurling, light expanding, a world opening. Here, dawn was merely a dilution of darkness, a grudging, pale gray smudge along the horizon, thickened inside the chum, the conical tent of reindeer hide. Layered, yes, a wind minus resistant, somewhat, but the cold was an infiltrator, that seeped through every seam, every minute gap, settling in strated and glacial near the ground, lighter near the smoke hole, but perpetually present. For a suspended moment, you did not move. Beneath the mound of furs, your body had carved a pocket of near-minus warmth. To stir was to forfeit it, to invite the air's metallic kiss against your skin. But movement was mandatory. The reindeer required inspection. Even in sleep, a part of your consciousness tracked them, the shuffle of hooves on packed snow, the low guttural sound that signaled disquiet. You pushed the furs aside. The cold enveloped you not like air, but like a substance. It had weight and pressure, and inside the chum, the air was thick with odors, wood smoke, damp fur, the sweet Minosaur scent of closely packed bodies breathing the same recycled atmosphere all night. The central fire had decayed to embers. Kneeling, you felt the iron minus hard ground through the hides beneath your knees. You fed the fire slivers of precious wood, gathered with effort, carried with care. Here, fire was not abundant, it was currency. The flame resurrected, casting a trembling light on the stirring forms of your family. No one spoke yet. Waking was a slow transaction with the body's desire for rest. Dressing was a ritual of insulation, not mere habit. First, the inner layer soft skin, fur turned inward, the first barrier. Then the middle another hide, fur outward, trapping a life minus, sustaining layer of air between. Air was the true insulator. Finally, the outer shell thicker hide, treated with fat to repel the ever minus present threat of moisture. Sweat, breath minus condensation, melted snow each could transform protection into a lethal trap. Your boots were paramount, fafted from the tough hide of reindeer legs, stuffed with dried grass changed religiously. Frostbite was a quiet thief, beginning at the extremities. You had seen its black signature, the altered gait of those who had lost their negotiation with the ground. Stepping outside was like walking into a wall. Not of wind, but of sheer, solid cold. That pressed against your face, made your eyes water instantly, the tears freezing on your lashes. The sky was the color of soiled fleece. The sun, when it bothered to rise, would merely skim the horizon, offering light without warmth, before retreating after a few hollow hours. The landscape was a blank page. Snow had erased all features, leaving only subtle text for those who knew how to read it, the wind's calligraphy on a drift, a faint depression hinting at a submerged stream, a distant smudge that could be forest or mere shadow. The reindeer stood where you had left them, a relief that was never a guarantee. They clustered, breath plumb-ing, bodies dusted with frost. You took inventory not by number, but by a felt sense of completeness, recognizing each, the one with the notched ear, the one with the slight limp, the small, perpetually lagging female. They were not domesticated, not truly wild. They tolerated your presence because you had learned their grammar. You checked their hooves for ice, for cracks in the keratin. A lame animal was a cascading problem, slowing the herd, demanding resources, forcing a premature severance from the life you both shared. The herd must move today. It was not a choice, but a fact written in the land. The lichen here was exhausted, scraped down to frozen earth. Northward, toward the skeletal trees of the forest's edge, it grew thicker, a half-minus day's walk, perhaps longer, depending on the snow's depth and the wind's mood. Back inside, the chum was being dismantled. This was practiced, precise work, a necessary liturgy. Poles were untied, height coverings rolled, every belonging packed onto sleds in a specific, unvarying order. The bone needle, the sinew thread, the knife handle worn smooth by your grandmother's pomade, now yours. These were not possessions, but extensions of your will to live. The children worked without complaint. They had learned that complaint was entropy, useless energy, expended. The cold was indifferent to feeling. The work existed, absolute and demanding, regardless of fatigue, of aching fingers, of the private weight of sadness. Your eldest, perhaps 10 winters old, wrestled with a knot binding a sled. You watched, resisting the immediate intervention. Knowledge was forged in struggle. To solve every problem for them was to deny them the patience, the strength, the quiet tenacity that this place required. Finally, you knelt, demonstrated not force, but the logic of the knot. Loosen first, understand, then tighten. They nodded, their face mirroring your own childhood expression of careful, grave absorption. The camp vanished, for there had been temporary structure. Now only snow remained, marked by the dark circle of the fire minus bit, the compressed ghosts of sleeping places. You did not look back. There was no home left behind, only a coordinate you had occupied and now departed. The sleds were loaded, lashed to the most placid reindeer. The herd moved ahead, and your family followed, a fragile, dark suture stitching its way across the endless white. Walking was the rhythm of your existence, but fast speed induced sweat, moisture, wasted energy. You walked at the pace of the herd, of the eldest, of sustainability. Your breath clouded before you, and you watched it, for even breath carried data, wind direction, temperature gradients, the precursors of weather. The silence was not absolute. There was the crunch of snow, the creak of sled runners, the low murmur of the reindeer, the wind's rustle against fur. But beneath that lay a deeper quiet, an immense emptiness that delineated your fragility, your smallness against the void. The tundra absorbed sound, gave no echo, offered no boundary. You spoke little while traveling. Speech cost energy, cost moisture. Communication was for necessities, a warning about ice, a question of direction, a terse observation about the herd. The rest resided in shared understanding, in the silent language of mutual dependence. Hours dissolved. The sun performed. Its shallow arcand began its decline. You were halfway. Your mother walked behind you, her steps shorter now, her breathing more audible in the thin, pulled air. You had marked this change over recent seasons. It was not discussed. Aging like winter was a fact. You accommodated it, adjusted the pace, allotted lighter tasks, ensured she was first to the fire. In quiet moments, you thought of it. You thought of the stories, the uncomfortable answers they held of those who knew their contribution had ended, who chose the snow's embrace rather than become a burden, rather than consume resources they could no longer help procure. You pushed the thought away. Not today, not for many winters yet, you hoped. You reached the forest edge as the light bled away. The trees here were stunted, twisted by wind, But they broke the open plains tyranny. You chose a site with care, not under thick branches burdened with snow, not on an exposed ridge, near enough to wood, but safe from sparks. To temper the gang, the retina convey in its certainty, poles in their cone, hides secured, stones weighing the hem against the wind. Inside, as absolute darkness claimed the world, you prepared the evening meal. This was not cooking for pleasure, was the chemistry of survival. Fried fish, hard as stone, softened in hot water, yielded a thin broth, its purpose warmth, not flavor. Precious fat, carefully rationed, was added fuel for the furnace of the body. The children ate without complaint, though their faces sometimes betrayed a weariness born not of hunger, but of profound monotony. You ate the same. These were the foods that preserved, that travel, that sustained. The memory of summer berries, bird eggs, fresh minus caught fish was a flavor held in the mind, a talisman against the sameness. After eating, work continued. Your spouse repaired a tear in a hide by firelight, sinew and bone needle moving with efficient grace. You worked on a failing boot, replacing grass insulation, checking seams. Boots were a life you could not think of them too much. Your mother told a story, not an epic, but a recollection, her grandmother's tale of a winter when the herd scattered in a storm, of 3 days of fear, of eventual recovery. The children listened, half minus asleep. You listened too, though you knew the story. These were not entertainments, they were data transfers, memory storage, the encryption of vital knowledge in narrative. Sleep came early, driven by exhaustion, by complete darkness, by the body's depleted reserves. You curled under the furs, family pressed close, and drifted, but you never fully surrendered. They part of you remain on watch, listening for shifts in the wind, for disturbances among the herd, for the infinitesimal signals of impending wrong. Sleep here was a lighter shade of vigilance. Morning repeated. You woke, checked the herd, moved or stayed, attended to the 1,000-minute tasks that staved off catastrophe. Gaze blurred into a continuum of similar demands. Landmarks were subtle, a rock barely cresting the snow, a particular arrangement of trees, a slight rise indicating sub-minus surface water. He navigated by memory and intuition, by the feel of the wind on your skin, by the herd's own unspoken knowledge. You were never lost, because you were never truly found. You existed in perpetual transit, always temporary. The cold was your constant interlocutor. You learned its dialects, the dry cold that seared, but could be endured, the damp cold that penetrated to the bone, the wind minus-driven cold that sought every flaw in your armor, the still, crystalline cold of clear nights, when stars multiplied and the world became achingly, lethally beautiful. You respected cold without fearing it. Fear was a luxury. Respect enforced caution. Frostbite arrived in stages. First, the warning numbness in nose, cheeks, fingertips. You warmed them immediately, hands tucked into armpits, face buried in fur. Ignore it, and the numbness deepened, the skin blanched. The return of warmth then brought agonizing pain. Ignore it further, and tissue died, turned black, had to be removed. You lived with the lost shortened fingers, a reconstructed nose, a different way of moving through the world. These were not tragedies, but stories of continuation, and they were warnings. The margin for error was as thin as pond ice in spring. Food was a constant calculation. Summer stores, dried fish, dried meat, berries packed with fat into intestinal casings, a dense, enduring cake of survival. Its stores were never enough. You hunted through ice, you fished. You maintained the herd knowing it was also your larder. The decision to slaughter was never simple. Each animal was known. That sentiment could not outweigh arithmetic. When necessity tipped the scales, you acted. The killing was swift, conducted with spoken gratitude. The ritual mattered, acknowledging that survival was built upon death. Butchering was total, efficient. Meat, organs, blood, bone, hide, sinew, hooves, nothing was wasted. The knowledge of how to use everything was your inheritance. Sometimes, despite all care, animals were lost through ice, to wolves, to sickness. These losses were practical disasters, deductions from your account against future hardship. He noted them, recalibrated, moved on. There was no alternative. Your social world was small, intimate, occasionally suffocating. Your family was your universe. Privacy did not exist. You witnessed each other in every state, sick, exhausted, furious, grieving. You learned to read the micro-minus signals, a tightened mouth, a particular slope of the shoulders, a quality of silence. Conflict was managed with extreme terror. Grudges were unsustainable. Anger was expressed quietly, resolved through elders, set aside in the name of cooperation. Yet tension simmered. There were days you longed for solitude, for decisions without consensus. But where would you go? Other families existed, moving along their own invisible lattices across the land. Paths crossed at trading sites, at seasonal gatherings, at rich fishing grounds. These intersections were vital for finding partners, exchanging knowledge, sharing stories, briefly shattering the isolation. You anticipated them, yet found them strangely draining after months of quiet. They underscored the fragility of your human network stretched across the emptiness. His spirit world was not separate, it was interleaved with the physical. Taught from childhood, you perceived this layering, recognized places of power, of memory, of danger. Rules governed them. Don't camp were a bad death, a can't heed the cairn's leave offerings, a bit of fat, a carved bone, a whispered word. You weren't always sure what you believed. Spirits did not manifest plainly, but you followed the rules. They were part of the accrued wisdom, a connection to ancestors, a fragile sense of relationship in an indifferent landscape. Dreams held weight here, vivid, sometimes prophetic. You dreamed of a scattered herd and woke to find them restless. You dreamed of a grandparent and woke to your mother's illness. You learned to attend to them, to carry their whispers into waking life. Sometimes you dreamed of impossible geographies, vast forests, great waters. Were these ancestral memories, or the mind's escape from snow and sameness? The spirituality was quiet, personal. Zamans existed, trained in deep knowledge, journeying in trance. But for most, the sacred was simpler respect, caution, small rituals, attention to signs. A murmured phrase before hunting, a mocked day of fasting, teaching children which stories worm-eared tales and which were of elaborating instructions. Ownership was a different concept. You did not own the land. The idea was nonsensical. The land simply was. You moved through it, used its resources, but did not possess it. You owned your tools, your clothing, your herd in the sense of mutual responsibility. Even this was fluid, temporary. At your death, belongings were distributed, the herd divided. Only the land endured, and even it shifted. Traders brought strange ideas. Men from the south, Russians mostly, came seeking furs, speaking of borders, of territories belonging to distant powers. They offered metal tools, cloth, liquor. You traded cautiously for the useful items, better knives, metal pots. Fight. You were wary of their worldview, their impulse to divide and possess. Some families moved closer to settlements, began to stay in one place. You heard the stories. You did not judge. People survived as they could. But you could not imagine it. The rhythm of migration was in your bones. Your body bore the marks of this life. Legs strong from walking, back straight from carrying, hands a topography of scars and calusas. You were lean, excess was impossible. Your face was leather from cold and reflected sun, eyes permanently narrowed. You had lost teeth. There was no dentistry, and abscess meant pain, waiting, sometimes death. You were not old in years, but you felt the accumulation, the constant work, the constant cold, the constant alertness wore at you in indefinable ways. You watched your children, wondering what they would retain, the hardship, the hunger, or the other things, the stars on a clear night, the auror's silent dance, the deep satisfaction of a well-ordered camp, the shock of fresh fish after months of pried stores. You hoped they would remember the skills: how to read weather in clouds, how to calm a reindeer, how to find south without a sun, how to walk for hours without breaking, how to stay alive when every comfort was absent. And you hoped they would remember being loved, being part of a continuum, carried by the memory and knowledge of countless generations before them. Seasons turned, even here. Winter longest, but yielding to a brief, furious spring, weeks of melt, of mosquitoes, of reindeer shedding great mats of winter coat. Spring was different work protecting fragile newborn calves, keeping pace with the herd's frantic movements towards sudden abundance. Summer was a frantic burst of lightened labor, gathering, fishing, hunting, repairing, preparing. Hinderite sharply, the light failing, the cold returning with a vengeance. You had to be ready. If you were not, winter would exact its price. Simple, brutal, but in deep winter, those other seasons felt like prayers, like stories you taught yourself to endure. You endured because endurance was the only option, because your ancestors endured, because somewhere in you was the certainty that this too would pass. There was pride in it, quiet, unspoken, a knowledge that you could survive where others would perish, that you held skills and understanding that sustained life in one of Earth's most reluctant habitats. You did not dwell on it. You were too busy. But sometimes, in a quiet moment, you felt it, a sense of belonging, not to comfort, but to challenge, to the stark, essential beauty of a world stripped bare. The wind rose as night fell. You were grateful for the chum, for the fire, for the press of bodies. Outside, the tundra was empty, frozen, indifferent. Inside your small circle of warmth, life persisted. You slept, you woke, you continued. This was the meaning. To survive here was to measure a life in winters endured, in distances traveled, in the slow accretion of knowledge that might keep your children alive when you were gone. Once a child was born during migration, the sky was oppressive, the herd restless. The breath was swift, as if the body knew delay was perilous. The infant's first cry was swallowed by the wind in the low, knowing voices of the women. They named the child Dake, a one who persists. The continuer, a fitting name for a life begun in motion, wrapped in the softest furs, placed in a carrier against a warm body. Aka was on the move again within hours. The herd does not pause for human ceremonies. KIK's first memories were sense impressions, not images. The rhythm of walking, transmitted through the carrier, became a primal heartbeat, the deep vibration of the evening drum inside the chum, the muted, golden light filtering through reindeer hide, the symphony of smells, smoke, fur, milk, the metallic hint of extreme cold. These sensations built the architecture of normal at home. Though home was never a fixed point, learning began through immersion, not instruction. Watch how to pack a sled for balance. Listen to the reindeer's vocabulary of grunts and snorts. Feel the difference between safe snow and snow hiding rot and ice. Taste the bitterness of a poisonous plant. Remember it forever. Every adult was a teacher, every day a lesson with immediate, tangible consequences for failure. By 8 or 9 winters, Ika performed real work. Small hands, already rough, learned to mend tiny tears, sort dried fish, gather snow for water. There was a day Aka remembered tasked with minding younger children, while adults butchered an injured reindeer. The weight of responsibility was a new, fearful pressure. The younger ones wanted to run, to play. Nothing went wrong. The adults returned. The children were safe. And Daka felt anew. Quiet pride, trust had been given and honored. The minor transition, marking the shift from being cared for to being capable of care. By 12 winters, Aka apprenticed to an uncle, a man who read reindeer like others read books. He taught by doing, by occasional grunts of guidance, by letting observation become understanding. If they walked the herd at dawn, the uncle would pause, touch a flank, examine hooves, make sounds of approval or concern. Aka learned to see what he saw: the subtle limp, the dull coat, the telling droop of a head. One morning, Aka smelled the change first, the peculiar sharp stillness before a storm. The uncle knew today. Ika's notice. A single nod. Good. That one word meant everything. It meant you are learning. You might survive, The storm, when it came, was a white fury. Wind screamed, snow became a solid wall. The family huddled, securing the chum. The reindeer scattered, as instinct demanded. When the calm returned 2 days later, the herd was gone. This crisis marked Teikea's true entry into adult life. The uncle prepared to search. Eika went without question. For 3 days they tracked faint signs, followed instinct, slept in snow caves, rationed food. Eika learned cold day, knew not the managed cold of the chum, but raw, relentless cold that whispered seductively of surrender, of the ease of simply lying down to sleep. The uncle fought the same whispers. Eika could see it in his eyes. On the 3rd day, they found most of the herd in a wind-scoured hollow. The uncle's lips moved in silent count. His face tightened. For missing, a significant loss, but not catastrophic. They turned the herd toward home, returning exhausted, frostbit, but successful. Eika had proven a capacity to endure past the point of breaking. The family's treatment of Eika shifted afterward. More responsibility, more trust, more was expected. Seasons turned. Other tests came: a draining fever, a fall through ice, a confrontation with the wolverine. Each crisis survived, added to the internal catalogue, the experiential buffer between living long and dying young. For 20 winters, the family spoke of marriage, a practical alliance with another migratory family. At a summer fishing gathering, Pekka met a gut whose name suggested bright sky. The meeting was formal, awkward, both aware of being assessed as potential partners in the profound work of continuation. They spoke little at first, but worked together building fish racks, drying the catch, mending nets. In the work, they gauged each other's competence, temperament. Brought different knowledge, different river crossings, different winter shelters, different stories. His difference was valuable. They married simply, with elders' blessings, small gifts, a feast of fresh fish and fat. Our gut joined Ikea's family, leaving their own, becoming part of a new unit. It was a normal, expected transition, though never easy. Together they began building their own space within the larger family. They maintained their portion of the herd, had their corner of the chum, accumulated the tools for eventual independence. Children came, first one, and another, then a third. Each birth was joy and acute burden, another utterly vulnerable life to protect, another thread in the fragile web. Eika felt parenthood's weight in a new dimension. First child, born in a gentle spring, was a lesson in terrifying, protective love. The second, born in a lean winter, was small, weak, struggling. Eika spent nights willing life into that small form through shared body heat, learning anew the precariances of everything. The third arrived during migration, as Eika had. There was a circular poetry to it, life insisting on continuation amidst movement and cold. As the children grew, Eika became the teacher, passing on what had been learned, watching the next generation grapple with the same lessons. It was strange to stand on the other side of that transmission. The uncle was old now, moving slowly, hands gnarled, but mind sharp. Eika sat with him in the evenings, listening to stories heard 100 times, now catching nuances only experience could reveal. He spoke of changes he'd seen: summers subtly warmer, winters arriving later, more southern traders, the steady pressure of outside ideas. He spoke as an observer, but Eika heard the uncertainty beneath. The world their children would inherit was shifting in unknowable ways. One winter, Russian officials came, not traders, but men in uniforms with papers, demanding Yasuke, the felt reduce. The concept was alien. Axis implied an ownership that had never existed here. They negotiated, gave furs, tried to preserve autonomy without provoking those who had guns, who represented a distant, hungry power. The encounter left Eika troubled, sensing these men were the vanguard of something that wanted to map, name, and control everything, including people who had never been controlled. But life continued. The herd needed tending. The seasons cycled. The children needed feeding. Aka was middle-minus age now, the plateau where strength and experience found equilibrium. Grey hairs appeared, joints ached more in the deep cold, a tiredness not from single exertions, but from the accumulated weight of years lived hard. That there is also a deep, settled competence, the knowledge born of countless repetitions, of having solved 10,000 small problems. Then came the marking winter. It arrived early, with ferocious suddenness. Cold deeper, snow thicker, constant. Finding forage became desperate. They moved more, slaughtered more animals to reduce grazing pressure and provide meat. Each slaughter was necessary, each a gamble on the spring. Hunger became a constant companion. Not starvation, but the gnawing awareness of dwindling reserves, of bodies consuming themselves. The youngest child grew listless. The elder's eyes held a new, quiet fear. Her gut withdrew into a silent space. The uncle died that winter in his sleep, as if deciding his work was done. They prepared him according to tradition, built a platform, laid him with his drum, left him to the sky. His death was a severance, a loss of memory, of a link to the deep past. It left Aka feeling untethered. Now one of the older generation, a keeper of knowledge. Spring came late, grudging. The world emerged exhausted. They tallied losses half the herd. The uncle, two other elders. Everyone who remained was marked. Aka decided they would push north, beyond familiar territory, into lands where grazing might be better, where they could rebuild. It was a risk. Unfamiliar ground meant unknown dangers. But staying seemed a slower version of the same disaster. Her gut agreed. The elders nodded, trusting Aika's judgment. They traveled north, through summer, learning the new land. It was different, more trees, different lakes, unfamiliar fish. The herd responded, gained weight. They adapted, survived. Slowly, the hard winter receded into story, into lesson. Aka aged into later life, watching the children grow into their own competence. The eldest left, marrying into another family's migration. Aka felt the bittersweet ache of that separation, pride in their independence mixed with the loss of their daily presence. The other children remained, for now. Aka taught them everything. Knowing memory was the only inheritance that mattered. Perhaps 50 winters, a certain peace arrived in acceptance. Life here was always hard, always precarious, but always continuing. The body was slower now. Aka took on different work: supervision, teaching, camp maintenance. This transition was natural, expected, each generation contributing what they could at each stage. Her gut had aged too. Their partnership, built on shared struggle and small victories, had deepened into a wordless, comfortable intimacy. Grandchildren appeared, small and precious. Aka felt the circle completing. One winter evening, a grandchild asked for a story. Aka told of the great storm, the lost herd, the 3-day search in killing cold. The child asked, "Were you afraid?" "Yes," Aka said simply. "Always afraid. But fear doesn't stop you. It just walks beside you. You do what needs doing anyway." The child, satisfied, curled closer and drifted towards sleep. Aka sat in the firelight, surrounded by family, by the sounds of breath and flame and wind, and felt something like contentment. Not happiness, but acceptance. The sense of a life fully lived within its harsh terms, that the continuation of family tradition. Knowledge was its own quiet victory against the indifference of the frozen world. When death came for Aka, it came quietly in sleep. The family mourned, prepared the body, built the platform, spoke the releasing words. The reindeer, as the family moved on, circled the site once instinct, respect, or coincidence, then continued their eternal migration. Aika's life was ordinary here. No grand deeds, just the slow accumulation of survival, of knowledge passed forward, the family maintained. In that ordinariness was something profound, the quiet persistence of human life in a place designed to forbid it. The refusal to yield, the insistence that life had meaning beyond mere endurance. The land was never just landscape. It was inhabited by invisible presences, by memories living in places The wind carried knowledge, shaped snow into readable patterns. The nomads moved not as conquerors, but as participants in an ancient conversation between human need and natural reality. There was a lake, several days' journey, known to be dangerous in ways unrelated to depth or ice. People avoided camping near it, quieted their voices when passing. Its surface was dark. Even in summer, its winter ice remained strangely clear in patches. The stories varied, but it agreed in essence something wrong had happened there long ago, and the place remembered. One story told of a massacre, another of a shaman's failed, dark ritual, another simply of an ancient, reason-minus forgotten wrongness. Was it literally true? Perhaps the lake harbored illness, or treacherous currents, or toxic minerals. The nomads did not analyze. They followed the rules. A small offerings, a scrap of cloth, a smooth stone, a few drachs of vodka. Acknowledgement: we see you. We respect. We do not trespass thoughtlessly. The spirit geography was complex. Certain trees were not for firewood, a larch twisted by centuries of wind, a solitary pine surviving against odds. To damage them, risk defense animals would avoid you. Weather would turn, accidents would multiply. Perhaps these trees marked underground water, or animal paths, or geological hazards. Are the belief itself protected resources? The line between supernatural and practical blurred. Satangs understood these layers. Their training took years: isolation, fasting, cultivation of visionary states. A shaman might diagnose illness by journeying in trance to spirit realms to learn what was offended. But the journey also gave the sick person rest, created a ritual framework that reduced anxiety, was accompanied by herbal treatments, mobilized community support. The drum's rhythm, the herb smoke, the collective focus all worked together to create an environment where healing could occur, whether through spiritual intervention or the body's own capacity. Was the journey real? The shamans experienced it as real. They described climbing through layers of sky, descending through roots of the world tree, meeting ancient beings. And it worked. People recovered, and communities found resolution. The drum was central. Specific drums constructed with care from the hide of a ritually chosen reindeer. The selection, the killing, the construction, all were ceremonial. The drum's sound was communication, vibration carrying the shaman's spirit, calling helpers, repelling malevolence. Each drum had personality. A shaman might apologize to an uncooperative drum, make offerings to it. In trance, shamans traveled the world with strange geographies, upper worlds via the cosmic tree, lower worlds through packs in the earth, now worlds of a lacking our own. They returned with information, warnings of weather, advice on movement, diagnoses, social resolutions. Sometimes the information was specific and verifiable: caribou gathering 3 days east. Other times, it was ambiguous, requiring interpretation. The framework of spirit communication gave structure to intuition, authority to subtle observations. It was a channel for knowledge flowing from subconscious awareness into conscious action. Objects held power. Amulets of bone, stone, metal carved with symbols, worn against the skin. Some were ancient, passed down, origins lost but potency undiminished. A bear's tooth, a worn figurine. A person might wear several for protection. Hunting success, health, memory of a grandparent. They were not magical guarantees, but reminders, focal points for intention, links to larger powers. Wearing them was a statement: I am not alone. I have help. That psychological effect had real consequences. Ethereal was on platforms above ground. Practical digging in permafrost was nearly impossible. Elevation protected from scavengers. Spiritual elevation released the spirit, prevented earthly entrapments. Some believed birds carried spirit minus pieces to the afterlife. Archaeology later struggled with these sites. Harsh climate preserved organic materials: leather, fur, stitching beautifully, but bone was scattered by frost, reduced to powder. What survived told partial stories, evidence of long minus distance trade in amber and metal, of sophisticated craft, of deep minus time habitation. But the meanings, the stories, were largely lost. Ancient campsites were faint scars, darker soil, bone fragments, stone tools. Carbon dating revealed occupations stretching back thousands of years. This way of life was ancient, sophisticated, successfully adapted. Some sites showed seasonal reoccupation over centuries. Knowledge of good locations was itself a valuable inheritance. Streets appeared tools from non-local materials, ivory carvings of non-local animals, obsidian from distant volcanoes, shells from far seas. These spoke of vast exchange networks, of human connection across seeming emptiness. Astronomical markers suggested systematic observation of the heavens. Interpretation was difficult, contested. Without writing, without clear continuity, hypotheses were tentative. The danger of projecting modern thought onto ancient minds was constant. In northern lights, aurora danced frequently in winter. Explanations varied. Spirits of the dead dancing, messages from ancestors, battles in the sky, whirled breath of cosmic animals, reflections from a celestial fish, scales, sparks from a spirit forge. Children were taught to watch in respectful silence. Perhaps noise might disturb the manifesting forces, or the rule created sacred time, a shared moment of wonder binding the community. There were stories of taboo breakers suffering consequences. A hunter killing a sacred animal loses his skill. A family camping in a forbidden place falls sick. These served as warnings, instruction, social control. They made abstract prohibitions concrete, memorable. Were they true? Some were likely based on a real event. Someone got sick from camping in a hazardous place. The supernatural explanation preserved the danger in memorable form. Others were teaching stories, using dramatic consequences to ensure lessons stuck. Their functional value outweighed their literal truth. Teach have hearing of an anchor bleeding from his eyes after killing a white caribou would never hurt such an animal. Language held hints of deep history. Words borrowed from southern languages. Grammatical structures suggesting ancient contact. Place names with forgotten meanings. Specificity in terms for snow and ice, dozens of words describing not just appearance, but behavior, travel conditions. This linguistic richness spoke of centuries of observation where survival depended on reading frozen precipitation with precision. Origin stories were mythological, not historical. They compressed time, mixed memory with symbol. Some told of a time when ancestors lived in warmer, easier lands. A great change, climate cooling, disaster. Divine test drove them north for adaptation. Were these memories of actual climatic shifts? Or expressions of a universal sense of a lost golden age? Both, perhaps. The stories could contain historical echoes while serving psychological needs, offering hope, giving meaning to present hardship. Sacred objects appeared occasionally, found in melting ice, unearthed from old sites. They beautifully carved box with ivory and stone pieces again. Divination tools, the rules left. A bronze discovered in unreadable symbols, a calendar. An instrument, a strand of beads from materials across continents, jade. Tropical shells, Baltic amber. These objects spoke of sophistication, of the creation of beauty and meaning beyond survival. But they remained inscrutable. Their stories lost. Museums would label them purpose unknown, their vagueness testament to how much vanishes. Shaman spoke of tremtite, where past, present, future blurred. In dreams, people met ancestors, received untaught knowledge. A woman dreams of a grandmother teaching a healing technique, and applies it. A hunter dreams of an unseen place, recognizes it weeks later. Aim and reams of an avalanche, alters his route, and an avalanche buries the path he would have taken. Prophetic dream or subconscious pattern recognition. To the people, the distinction was meaningless. Chains were real experiences that yielded real knowledge. There were places where time and distance behaved strangely. Leap past, where weather changed disorientingly fast. A valley of persistent fog where people walked in circles. Perhaps magnetic anomalies, geographic illusions, psychological factors. Or perhaps thin places where the rules of reality loosened. You didn't need to understand why to know it was so. You moved through with heightened caution, respecting what you couldn't explain. In the endless winter, under the low sky, mysteries accumulated like snow. The nomads lived within the mystery, catering questions without demanding answers. The landscape taught humility, the limits of human knowledge. The cold, as a presence, an active seeker of weakness. Perhaps that acceptance was its own wisdom living richly within a reality that refused to be fully mastered. The snow kept its secrets. The people kept moving. The stars wheeled. The moon pulled. Seasons turned. Through it all, they endured, adapted, passed knowledge forward. They were not victims but participants, not conquered but shaped. Their wisdom was lived, not written, woven into 10,000 daily decisions. All of it framed by a spirituality that saw the sacred in the ordinary, that recognized interconnection. Fire was warmth and spirit. Game was food and kin. Land was support and ancestor. Nothing was merely itself. The drum beat on. The aurora danced. The snow wrote and erased. While nomadic families moved across the tundra, other people, not geographically distant but experientially worlds apart, inhabited a different reality. Russian settlers, traders, officials, monks. In a provincial outpost, a palisade enclosed wooden buildings, smoke rising into gray air, life followed different rhythms. The governor's residence had luxuries, a proper brick stove radiating heat, glassware on tables, box of cracked leather bindings. The governor was a man sent here as punishment or opportunity. He found the posting boring and terrifying, boring from lack of event, terrifying from the cold's palpable hostility. The vastness. His wife managed the household with efficiency, but aged from isolation. The children grew up caught between worlds. Thisax formed the military presence. Tough, adapted men, yet dependent on indigenous knowledge for guides, hunting, survival. The commander, Procor, respected indigenous skills, fought his men's contempt. His wife was indigenous, a translator, mediator, living in a liminal space. A small Orthodox monastery persisted through determination. Monks maintained prayer schedules. Baked bread whose smell was a powerful reminder of civilization. The abbot had learned indigenous languages, respected their traditions even while believing them mistaken. His conversions were gentle, based on example. The monastery garden was an act of defiance, growing herbs in brief summer. They kept bees. Honey was precious sweetness, abundance, proof of beauty here. Traders moved between worlds, dealing in furs, metal, vodka. Grigori, the most successful, had started with nothing, learned languages, married strategically, built a vast network. Wealthy, but distrusted by both communities, to native for Russians, to exploitative for indigenous peoples. Settlement life offered comfort but also precarity, dependent on long, fragile supply lines. When they failed, the settlement became a trap, crowded, vulnerable. The graveyard expanded steadily. Death came to all, regardless of privilege. Encounters between settlers and nomads were laden with mutual misunderstanding. Settlers saw dirt and primitiveness. Nomads saw loud, helpless people disconnected from the land. Both were partially right, missing the other's sophistication. Some Russians respected indigenous peoples. Others were contemptuous, casually cruel. The nomads learned to distinguish. The monastery offered medical care, shelter, food, charity with hope of conversion. Some accepted cynically, some were genuinely moved, converting in syncretic forms. The monks' ethnographic notes, compiled from curiosity, that later proved valuable, though limited by their theological assumptions. Winter in the settlement was a static siege. Crowded quarters, rising tensions, trivial dramas magnified by confinement. Spring brought relief, breaking ice, returning caravans, an end to isolation. For nomads, spring meant increased work and movement. The contrast was stark. Each found the other's strategy incomprehensible. The settlement's existence was a logistical miracle, dependent on long supply chains, indigenous labor and resources, Settlers rarely considered this complexity. They had lost the skills to survive without it. Their comfort made them vulnerable. There was tragic irony in seeing privileged people die from simple cold because they ignored indigenous knowledge. Pride and prejudice blocked learning. To accept indigenous knowledge meant accepting indigenous authority, a psychological shift few could make. Those who did became cultural intermediaries, often suspect to both sides. The settlement represented power, but also a fundamental misunderstanding of the environment, an attempt to impose European patterns where different strategies were needed. Nomads understood you don't impose, you move with, adapt to, accept the land's terms. Settlers understood this intellectually but could not act on it. Their identity was bound to imposing order. Their wealth was real but illusory, dependent on systems that could fail catastrophically. Nomads watching drew their own conclusions. Some saw opportunity, access to goods, new paths to influence. Saw threat, encroachment, erosion, transformation. Both were correct. The encounter was profound inequality, cultural transformation rarely voluntary, but also more complex. Moments of genuine respect, mutual learning. Indigenous people who thrived as mediators, Russians who became more Siberian than European. The settlement's warmth, literal and metaphorical, is something nomads would never fully access. It required abandoning migration, the herd, the entire structure of life. Some chose it. Others refused, maintaining tradition even as it grew harder. Both choices were responses to impossible situations. Different combinations of loss and preservation. Different ways of surviving a world changing too fast. We traveled threat tonight across frozen expanses, through quiet lives, through the spaces between great events where actual living happened. We've walked alongside Dika through testing windows, through the ordinary heroism of continuation. We've glimpsed the spirit world layered over the physical, the acceptance of mystery that might be a lost wisdom. We've seen the contrast between movement and stability, between the wealth that creates vulnerability and the poverty that demands adaptability. Through it all, we've witnessed the quiet persistence of human life in endless variety. The refusal to yield, the creation of meaning in hardship. The Siberian nomads were not epic heroes. They were people doing what needed doing. They did not conquer nature. They arrived within its constraints, found ways to make life bearable, occasionally good. Their legacy isn't in monuments or written records. It's in descendant communities, in persisting languages, in stories retold, and skills passed down as connections to deeper time. You lie somewhere warm tonight. Water from taps, food from stores, knowledge at your fingertips. The gulf is inconceivable. You've never been truly cold, truly hungry, never navigated by feel alone, never made decisions where a wrong choice meant death for all who depend on you. And yet, something connects. We are the same species. We still feel fear, love, seek meaning. These facts remind us comfort is recent, fragile. They remind us of human capacity for survival, of depths of toughness rarely accessed. They remind us of what we've lost, certain awareness, a direct relationship with the natural world. Not to romanticize hardship, it was brutal, short, often unjust, but to understand who we are, where we come from, what we're capable of, what we're connected to. The snow still falls in Siberia. The wind still howls. A few families still follow the old patterns. The most have settled. The stories persist, and that persistence is a kind of immortality. They can't all the ordinary people become part of the larger story of human entering. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, remember their quiet strength. Feel the weight of all that history behind you, of all those generations who persisted, who passed forward the gift of life despite every hardship. Understand a little better what it means to be human. Not in triumph, but in the humble sense of being a creature that survives, adapts, keeps going. The cold outside your window is nothing compared to theirs. The darkness is temporary. Fight in that small cold, that small darkness. There is a tiny echo of what they lived, knew, survived. Let it remind you, you come from survivors. You carry their resilience. You are heir to thousands of generations who faced impossible things and continued. If you'll ever face your own impossible things, you carry the same capacity for endurance. Rest now in your warmth, comfort, safety. Rest knowing those who came before earned this ease through struggle. Your soft bed is built on the backs of ancestors who slept on frozen ground. Rest with gratitude, with respect, with awareness of the long thread of human continuation connecting you to them. The winter is long, but spring always comes. The cold is deep, but warmth persists. The darkness is heavy, but dawn breaks. These truths sustain them. They are true for you tonight. Sleep well, connected to something larger, deeper, that persists across time. The tundra is quiet. The snow falls softly. The reindeer move through ancient patterns. Somewhere in that vast white silence, memory persists. Stories continue, and the long winter night gives way, eventually, inevitably, to morning. New layer of frost coats the inside of the hide this morning. A delicate, crystalline fur that is the cold's signature, left in the deepest hour of the night. You scrape it away with a fingernail, and it melts to a damped chill against your skin. The fire is coaxed from coals again, its light a fragile kingdom pushing back the dark. Today holds a different tension. The air smells of snow minus that minus is minus coming. Not the dry snow of a passing flurry, but the heavy, moist promise of a true storm. It is in the pressure behind your eyes, in the way the reindeer cluster tightly, turning their broad backs to a wind that has not yet begun to blow. The decision is immediate. You will not move. To travel into the gathering storm is to invite disaster. Instead, you secure the U-bank atom with extra drifts of snow. It skirts way down with more stones. You check every lashing on the sleds. Ensure the precious bundles are wrapped doubly against wet. The children sense the shift, their play becoming more interior, contained within the circle of the camp's activity. Their voices are lower. You send the older ones to gather what loomswood lies within a short radius. Anything that might burn when the world turns white and impassable. This is not the frantic preparation of those caught unaware, but the methodical, muscle-minus memory readiness of those who speak the storm's language. You have read its prologue in the sky and the animals, now you prepare for its main text. The first flakes are not flakes at all, but tiny, hard pellets of ice that rattle against the hide. Then fans for a breath. Then the snow arrives in earnest. It does not fall so much as it materializes, a sudden, thick white veil that erases the world beyond 50 paces. Then 20, then 10. The forest edge becomes a ghost, a suggestion of darkness in a field of swirling gray-minus white. Sound becomes muffled, absorbed. The wind finds its voice, a low moan that occasionally rises to a shriek as it funnels between trees. Inside the cham, the world contracts to the circle of firelight, to the smell of stewing meat and damp wall. The storm becomes the only reality. Conversation turns practical, short estimates of duration. Concern for the herd, now invisible somewhere in the white tumult. They will be fine, you tell yourself. They have instincts older than your knowledge. They will huddle, turn their tails to the wind. Wait. The work now is to wait with them, but in warmth. Yes, when stories truly earn their keep, to not the brief tales of evening, but the long, winding narratives that unravel over hours. Your mother begins one you have not heard in many winters. It is not about people, but about raven. Then the time before time, she says, have always taking on the rhythmic cadence of recitation. The world was dark and still. Raven, who was both clever and endlessly curious, flew through this darkness for ages. He grew tired of the silence and the sameness. He stole a piece of the sun, a glowing ember from a distant spirit who kept it hidden. He flew back across the void. The ember clutched in his beak, burning his feathers black. Where he dropped sparks, stars ignited. When he finally placed the ember in the sky, light flooded the world, revealing the mountains, the rivers, the tundra. But the spirit was angry. He sent cold to chase the light, to reclaim the world. That, she says, is why we have summer and winter. The sun's ember burns bright, but the cold is always pursuing it, trying to snuff it out. We live in the space between Raven's theft and the spirit's vengeance. The children are captivated. You are too. It is a story you know, but hearing it now with the wind screaming outside, it feels less like missing, more like explanation. The storm is the cold's breath, the spirit's rage made manifest. The fire in the center of your chum is your own tiny, defiant ember. The story binds the outer chaos to a known order. It gives the storm a place in the cosmos, makes it part of a story larger than this day, this hunger, this fear. It is a tool for mental survival, as vital as the physical tools hanging from the tent poles. The storm lasts through the day and into the next night. You take turns sleeping, always someone awake to tend the fire, to listen for any change, any sound that might signal a problemical absing branch, a tear in the hide from the wind's insistence. Your world is this cone of warmth, these faces, the cadence of breath and the crackle of wood. Everything else has ceased to exist. It is a strange, pressured intimacy. There is no escape from each other's presence, from the small noises, the shared air. Yet, there is also a profound solidarity. You are, in this moment, a single organism against the white madness outside. The storm breaks near dawn of the second day, not with a dramatic clearing, but with a gradual lessening. The wind scream drops to a moan, then a sigh. The snowfall thins from a solid wall to drifting, lazy flakes. Finally, it stops. The silence that follows is immense, ringing. You pull back the entrance flap. The world has been remade. Every shape is softened, rounded under feet of new snow. The trees are monstrous, beautiful sculptures, limbs bent low under white burdens. The sky is a pure, hard blue, the color of a deep, cold lake. The air is so clear it feels like breathing glass. The cold has sharpened its teeth and the storm's wake it bites instantly at any exposed skin. The first order is to find the herd. You and another adult strap on snowshoes, the woven sideways with frames distributing your weight over the treacherous new drifts. Walking is a laborious lift minus plunge. The world is achingly bright, sunlight glaring off a billion ice crystals. You squint until your eyes are slits. You call out. A specific vocalization the reindeer know. At first, nothing. Then, the distant answer. A low grunt. You follow the sound, tracing the edge of the forest. You find them in a broad, shallow depression, sheltered somewhat by a rise. They are standing exactly as you imagined, a tight pack, facing inward, a living fortress against the weather. Their backs and heads were crusted with snow. After you approach, shaking themselves, sending out small clouds of white. You count. One is missing. A young male, always a bit independent. You and your companion separate, walking widening circles. You find the tracks first, leading the way from the group toward a denser thicket. Then you find him. He has stumbled into a deep drift, perhaps hidden by the storm, and become entrapped. He is alive, but exhausted, his sides heaving, his eyes wide. The snow around him has churned from his struggles. Freeing him is hard, physical work. You dig with your hands and a shovel made from a broad shoulder blade, clearing the packed snow from around his legs. You speak to him the whole time, steady, calm nonsense. He is too tired to fight. Finally, you clear enough space, and with a firm pull on his harness, he lurches free, staggering onto firmer ground. He stands trembling. You check him for injury, none serious, just strained muscles. You lead him back to the herd. It is a small victory, but it feels enormous. A life preserved, a resource saved, a potential disaster averted. This is the currency of your life's small victories, accumulated. Returning to camp, the mood is lighter. The crisis has passed. The sun, though offering little heat, is a welcome presence. Hey, Rick resumes shaking snow from the chum, clearing paths, checking supplies for dampness. The storm has been an interruption, a parenthesis in the migration. Now, the sentence continues. You decide to stay one more day to let the herd recover, to let the undistant old stressed. The pause feels like a luxury. In the afternoon, with the sun already dipping low, you take a moment to simply be. You walk a short distance from camp up a slight rise. From here, you can see the tracks of your life, the compacted circle of the camp, the paths to the herd, your own snowshoe trail from the morning. Beyond, the tundra stretches, an unbroken sheet of white. Under the vast blue bowl of sky, the immensity should feel crushing. But in this moment of quiet, after the trial of the threat, it feels clean, purified. There is a harsh beauty here that lies in the very bones of the landscape, in the clarity of the air, in the absolute silence. It does not care for you, but it does not hate you either. It simply is, and your existence within it, however small and temporary, feels like a kind of whispered answer to its vast question. You are here, you persist, you remember the way back to the fire. That evening, the meal tastes better, the warmth feels deeper, the children's laughter is louder, the storm has framed the ordinary, making it precious. Your spouse works on a new pair of mittens, using fur from a hare caught in autumn. The pattern is intricate, a series of diamonds and lines that is your family's signature. It is not just decoration, it is identity, a visual language saying who you are and where you belong in the network of families. You work on a snare, twisting sinew into a cunning loop. The work is meditative. Your hands know the motions, your mind is free to wander. You think of the ember. You glance at the fire, at your children's faces illuminated by it, at your mother's hands weaving a story of their own with thread. This is your ember, not just the physical flame, but the heat of family, the light of knowledge, the spark of memory passed from one generation to the next. The cold outside is the old spirit's vengeance. Yes, but Raven was clever. He did not just steal the ember, he shared it. He scattered its sparks. You were tending one of those scattered sparks. The thought is not articulated in words, but felt as a deep, comforting certainty in your chest. This is why you do it. This is the meaning that underpins the grind of survival. You are a keeper of the ember. Later, when the children sleep, the adults speak in low voices of practical things. The condition of the herd after the storm, the depth of the snow ahead, the location of the next good grazing ground, remembered from 3 winters past. This too is tending the ember, the planning, the calculation, the application of hard -1 experience. It is less romantic than the stories, but just as vital. It is the architecture that allows the spark to keep burning. The night is profoundly clear, profoundly cold. Before you sleep, you step out again. The cold is a physical shock, a punch to the lungs, but the sky is a revelation. With no clouds, no ambient light. The stars are not points but dense clusters, smears of dining dust across the velvet black. The Milky Way is a luminous river, so bright it casts faint shadows on the snow. We can see the slow, stately turn of the constellations, the Great Bear, the Hunter. You know their names, their stories. And not just pretty lights, they are guides, calendars, ancestors watching. You stand there until your feet begin to ache with the cold, your face numb. You are a tiny, breathing creature on an endless white plain under an infinity of stars. The scale is terrifying. Yet it does not terrify. Instead, it bestows a strange peace. The wreath, the mything reindeer, the dwindling fat supply, their mother's slowing steps are real, but they are also small. They are part of this immense, beautiful, indifferent tapestry. You are part of it. You go back inside. The contrast is absolute from infinite, silent cold to close, smoky warhead. You slide under the furs next to your spouse, who is already asleep. Their breath is steady, familiar. The air in the fire pit has been banked for the night, but its heat radiates gently. You close your eyes. The storm has been weathered. The herd is safe. Your family is whole. For this moment, it is enough. Tomorrow, the migration will resume. Tomorrow, there will be fresh challenges, fresh calculations. But tonight, the ember burns steady. You sleep. A scent of melting snow carries the first hint of change. A metallic whisper on the stone minus frozen air. It is not warmth, not yet, but a subtle slackening in the iron grip of winter. A promise buried deep within the cold. The sun climbs a fraction higher in its shallow arc, and its light, though still without heat, holds a different quality, a sharper clarity that makes the endless white gleam like crushed quartz. The reindeer sense at first. A new restlessness moves through the herd. They lift their heads more frequently, nostrils flaring, tasting the air for a scent memory of lichen not yet exposed, of shoots still locked in frozen earth. Their movement, when you nudge them forward, has a new urgency. The migration's purpose shifts. It is no longer a search for mere sustenance, but a race toward the possibility of renewal. Erate camp with a renewed sense of intention. The routines are the same, the collapsing of the chum, the careful packing, the lashing of sleds. But the rhythm feels different, quicker, underscored by a latent hope that is almost painful in its fragility. You know better than to trust the thaw entirely. This is the most dangerous time. The season of false promises and hidden treachery. Smell that looks solid may conceal, and nice over a stream. The day of deceptive sun can be followed by a blizzard that feels like winter's final, furious earthenant. He must be hopeful and wary in equal measure, a difficult balance to hold in a tired mind. The landscape begins to reveal its secrets as the snow recedes. Patches of dark, frozen earth appear, stained with the rusty hues of dormant vegetation. The skeletons of low shrubs emerge, black and twisted against the white. You see the evidence of other lives, the delicate, stitched tracks of an Arctic fox on a midnight hunt, the powerful, spaced imprints of a wandering wolf, the frantic scatter of ptarmigan marks. The world is not empty but shared, a fact more apparent now as life begins to stir at the edges of perception. Your mother walks more slowly than ever, her breath a labored cloud. You adjust the pace without comment, taking more of the load from her sled onto your own. Her knowledge, however, becomes more vital. As your eyes scan for practical threats, crevices, we Kaisers read the older, subtler signs. She points to a particular configuration of rocks, a cairn built by hands long turned to dust. We camped here, she says, her voice thin but clear, the summer your grandfather's brother was born. The mosquitoes were like a dark cloud. The fish were so thick in the river, you could almost grab them with your hands. And her stories now are not just instruction, but anchoring. The taiga-specific patch of emerging ground to your family-esque continuum, transferring a random stretch of tundra into a place with a history, the chapter in your own long story. It is her way of passing the final, most precious pieces of the map. One afternoon, you come across a circle of stones, blackened by ancient fires, sheltered by a low, rocky outcrop. It is an old campsite, used for generations. You decide to stop here. As the chum is erected, the children explore, their curiosity unleashed by the less minus harsh conditions. Your youngest comes running, clutching something dark in their mitten at hand. It is a fragment of worked flint, a spear point, exquisitely chipped. Its edge is still sharp. It is beautiful, a testament to skill and patience. You turn it over in your palm. Who made it? A distant ancestor sitting on this very spot, shaping the stone while watching over their own herd. Was it lost? Or deliberately left? You feel a sudden, powerful connection across the abyss of time. You are not the first to find shelter here, to fight the cold, to hope for spring. You place the point carefully on a flat stone near the new fire pit, a silent nod to the one who came before. That night, the talk around the fire turns to the coming season. The plans are tentative, woven with ifs. If the thaw continues steadily, if the caribou migration passes close this year, if the berry bushes have fruited well, these ifs are the grammar of your future. They are not signs of doubt, but of a philosophy you plan in outlines, leaving room for the land to fill in the details. You discuss the summer gathering place, a wide valley where several family routes converge near a reliable river. Names are mentioned: cousins, allies, potential marriage partners for your growing children. This gathering is the node in the dispersed network of your people, where news is exchanged, disputes are settled, and the social world, which shrinks to the size of your family in winter, expands again. You realize you are looking forward to it. Not just for the practicalities, but for the sound of other voices, for the laughter and music that will fill the long lit nights. The isolation, borne with stoicism through the winter, now feels like a weight you are ready to set down, if only for a little while. A few days later, you reach the place where you will wait for the true thaw. It is a transitional zone, where the tundra begins to fray into patches of denser scrub and stunted forest. South, minus-facing slopes are already bare, exposing mats of brown grass and the first green tips of resilient plants. Here, the snow is patchy, lying in deep, shaded hollows while the open ground softens to mud. But setting up camp is a messier affair. The ground is no longer iron-hard, but spongy and cold. You lay extra branches and hides beneath the sleeping areas. The air smells different: wet earth, decay. And beneath it, the faint sweet scent of life stirring. The reindeer disperse with eager energy, scraping at the thin snow with their hooves to reach the treasure beneath. You watch them, and for the first time in months, you feel a tension uncoil in your own shoulders. The most desperate part of the struggle is over. Now comes a different kind of work. You take your oldest child with you to check fishing spots along a nearby stream, still mostly locked in ice, but with dark, promising channels of open water at its center. You show them how to read the ice: its color, its texture, the sound it makes when apt. Clear, blue ice is strong. White, bubbly ice is weak. You find a likely spot, clear the snow, and begin the laborious process of chipping a hole through the thick layer. The work is strenuous, your breath puffing in the cold air. Finally, the tool breaks through, and black water, shockingly dark, wells up. You set a simple line, baited with a bit of dried meat. It is an act of faith. You sit on a folded hide waiting. Your child sits beside you. Their patience a learned skill. You talk, not of survival, but of smaller things. You point out a bird, a snow bunting, its plumage shifting toward summer brown. You listen to the gurgle of water beneath the ice, a sound that has been absent for so long. It's a teaching that how to be still, how to listen to the world as it wakes. The line jerks. You pull it up hand over hand, and there, flapping silver in the gray light, is a fish. It is not large, but it is fresh, glistening, alive. The sight of it, this sudden, vibrant life pulled from the frozen depths, feels miraculous. Your child's eyes are wide with wonder. That night, you eat the fish roasted over the fire. Its flesh is firm, sweet, utterly different from the tough, desiccated stores of winter. The taste is not just of food, but of change, of imminent abundance. It is a sacrament of spring. The days grow longer, stretching the hours of light. The scent now does offer a whisper of warmth when the wind stills. You shed a layer while working, feeling the unfamiliar caress of cool air on your arms. The snow retreats daily, revealing more of the earth's complicated tapestry. And with the melt comes the water everywhere. Trickles become streams. Streams become soggy fields. Boots sink into mud. The ground, frozen solid for so long, cannot absorb the melt quickly enough. Travel would be impossible now, a slog through freezing mire. This is the time of waiting, of repair, of preparation. Every piece of gear is inspected. Winter's damage is assessed. Tears and clothing are meticulously sewn. Deals as a rame-inus braided from worn sinew. Tools are sharpened. The sleds, their runners worn smooth, are examined for cracks. This maintenance is not drudgery. It is an act of respect for the objects that share your life, and an investment in the seasons to come. Your spouse works on a new chum cover, sewing together the best of the winter's hides, using a pattern of stitches that is both functional and beautiful. This, too, is a statement of faith. You will need this shelter again next winter. You are planning for a future you cannot yet see. One evening, as the sky holds a lingering twilight at an hour that was once deep night, you hear it. Thin, ref lacking, weaving through the air. You all step outside, looking up against the pale green sky. You see them, a long wavering V of geese flying north. Their calls are the trumpets of the seasonal change, undeniable and thrilling. You watch until they disappear. Your arrival is a clock, more reliable than any calendar. Their journey mirrors your own and spirit a arduous migration toward life. Their presence in the sky makes the vast landscape feel connected to other places, other rhythms. The world is not just this patch of fine ground, it is part of a grand, circulatory system of life and movement. The final snowdrifts cling only to the deepest shadows. The first brave insects appear, tiny black specks hovering over the wet ground. Then come the true heralds, the mosquitoes. But first just a few, testing the air. Then, as the standing water warms, they emerge in clouds, a humming, insistent veil of life. They are a torment. Use mere animal fat mixed with ash on exposed skin. You keep smoke smoldering near the chum entrance. The reindeer suffer, tossing their heads, stamping. This is the pace of the thaw, the explosion of life in its most aggressive minute flare. You bear it because you must, because the mosquitoes mean the caribou will soon follow, and the true summer bounty will begin. And, one morning, you wake to a sound you have not heard in months, the drip minus drip of water from the chum poles. The air inside feels different, desiccated, almost soft. You push open the flap. The world has been transformed overnight. Where there was white and brown, now there is green. Tiny, emerald leaves unfurl on the dwarf willow. Patches of moss plump up, vibrant and wet. The air is filled with the sound of running water and the feverish buzz of insects. Winter's retreat is complete. You stand there, breathing in the moist, fertile smell. The relief is so profound it is physical, a loosening in your chest. You survived. Again, the cycle has turned. The work now changes entirely. The frantic, defensive labor of preservation gives way to the proactive, acquisitive work of harvest. Every able body has a task. Fellow fish taking advantage of the spawning rings. Others will hunt the migrating birds, their eggs a rich, fleeting prize. The children will gather, their sharp eyes scanning for the first greens, the early berries. The herd, shedding their heavy winter coats and great, ragged clumps, will be moved to the richest pastures, their health the primary concern, for they are the foundation of everything to come. The pace of life does not slow, it accelerates, but the quality of the exhaustion is different. It is the fatigue of abundance, not of scarcity. Her mother cannot keep up with the new demands. She remains in camp, becoming its steady heart. She tends the constant fire for smoking fish. She watches the youngest children. She repairs whatever is brought to her. And her role has shifted from participant to guardian, from actor to witness. To see her watching you, her children and grandchildren, moving with purpose through the busy camp. Her face, etched with a lifetime of winters, holds a quiet satisfaction. She has shepherded you all through the hard time. It is her victory, too. The sun, at the peak of summer, will barely dip below the horizon. The nights are a luminous blue twilight. The world feels expansive, generous. You will work until you drop, sleeping only a few hours, driven by the knowledge that this plenty is brief. You will dry fish on racks until the air smells perpetually of smoke and salt. You will render fat and store it in bladders. You will pick berries until your fingers are stained purple, mixing them with fat and dried meat to make the dense, sweet cakes that will sustain you through another winter. You will feel the sun's actual warmth on your back, a sensation so forgotten it feels like a memory from a dream. In this frantic, fertile time, the spiritual acknowledgments become celebrations. Small offerings are made not from desperation, but from gratitude. A bit of the first cat returned to the water. A few choice berries left on a stone. The songs sung during work are brighter, quicker. The drum, when it comes out, beats for joy, for storytelling, for community. The gathering at the river valley. When you finally arrive, is a cacophony of life. Dozens of chums are scattered like mushrooms across the green. The sound of voices, laughter, shouting children, barking dogs, is almost overwhelming after the long silence. There is trade your finely sewn mittens for a better metal knife, stories for news of other families, a promise of a daughter for a son, strengthening the web. There are games of skill and chance. There is shared labor, communal hunts. For a few weeks you are not alone. You are part of the people. You listen to the stories from other roots who had a hard winter, who lost animals, who saw strange signs. You hear too more talk of the Russians. Their settlements are growing. Their demand for furs is increasing. Some families, it is said, have stopped migrating altogether, living near the trading posts, depending on the goods they can get. There is debate around the fires about this. Some elders see it as a dangerous loss, a cutting of the cord that ties you to the land and your ancestors. Others, often younger, speak of the ease, solid walls, reliable food, metal tools that don't break. You listen, saying little. You understand both sides. The pull of comfort is a powerful, new wind blowing across the tundra. But you look at your hands, at the skills they hold. You look at your children, learning the old ways. You feel the deep, ingrained rhythm of the migration in your own pulse. You cannot imagine sitting in one place, watching the same horizon day after day, waiting for a boat or a wagon to bring you what you need. For you, the world is not a place to be occupied, but a path to be walked. The gathering ends as quickly as it began. Families pack up, their sleds now laden with summer's wealth and new acquisitions. Hummuses are made for next year. Goodbyes are said. You watch the other chums come down, the groups fragmenting and moving off in different directions, like seeds scattered from a pod. The great social organism disperses back into its solitary cells. You feel a pang of loneliness already, but also a sense of rightness. The crowd was wonderful, but it was not your true state. Your true state is motion. Your unit is your family. Your companion is the vast open land. You turn your own hut and begin the slow arc that will, over the coming months, lead you back toward the autumn grounds, and eventually to the edge of winter once more. As you walk, the sun already hanging lower in the sky each evening, you carry the summer's warmth inside you. Not just the physical memory of it, but the social warmth, the confirmed connections, the stories added to your store. You have filled the larderess of both your sled and your memory. The child who found the flint point now carries it in a pouch, a treasure. Your mother is frailer, but her spirit seems content. Your spouse walks beside you, and in the shared glance, you see the understanding of another cycle completed, another chapter written together. The first frost will come soon, a delicate white rime on the morning grass, a gentle reminder. The geese will fly south, that cough sounding like farewell. The leaves will blaze for a brief, glorious moment in golden reed before falling. Then the cold will return, gathering its strength in the long night. But you are ready. You have survived the famine of winter and the frenzy of summer. You are part of the rhythm. You are the keeper of the ember, and you have carried it through another turn of the great wheel. The path ahead is white and silent and long. You tighten your hood against the rising wind, and you walk on. The knowledge did not live in books. It lived in the curve of a bone needle, in the particular pattern on a knife handle, in the muscle memory of hands breathing sinew and fading light. It was a library written in skies, in the way an elder's eye squinted at a cloud, in the inflection given to a single word in an old song. Its transmission was the most sacred and silent work. You watch your youngest child, barely past the age of constant carrying, trying to mimic the process of stuffing dry grass into a boot. Small fingers, still clumsy with childhood, fumble with the coarse strands. They are not repairing anything, they are playing at work, but the pattern is being absorbed. The idea of the ritual that boots required is clear. The dry grass as the medium is settling into their consciousness. This is how it begins. Not with lecture, but with osmosis. Your own teacher was your aunt, a woman of few words and infinite patience. You remember following her as she inspected the herd. She would stop, place a hand on a reindeer's side, and feel the animal's stillness or agitation. She never said, "This is how you send zombies." He would simply murmur, "Listen." You thought she meant with your ears. It took years to understand she meant with your palms, with your own stillness meeting the animals. The knowledge was a seed planted in darkness, its germination slow and invisible until the day you found yourself doing the same thing, your hand resting on a fever-warm flank. The diagnosis arriving not as a thought, but as a cold certainty in your gut. Listen. The stories were the spine of this knowledge, but not all stories were equal. There were small stories for entertainment, of clever animals and foolish spirits. And there were real stories, told in a different tone, often at specific times. The story of the lost summer, for instance, was only told during the first thunderstorm of spring. He told of a year when the sun never warmed, and the green never came, when the people followed the reindeer to the edge of the sea and found only ice. It ended not with a solution, but with a listing of the families who did not return. It was not a parable about hope. It was a data point, a warning etched into collective memory. The world has this capacity in not assume the thaw. Your mother is now the primary keeper of the true stories. She have always grown greedy, holds a new authority, and she begins. This is not a small story. The fairy air in the chum seems to thicken. The children still there fidgeting. You find yourself leaning forward, even though you know the tale. You are not just hearing the events, you are absorbing the cadence, the gravity, the unspoken lessons woven between the words. You are learning how to tell it. One evening, she tells the story of the walker. This was a man, she said, for many generations past, who decided to walk west to see where the sun slept. He took minimal supplies, believing the land would provide. He walked for months. The story meticulously catalogues what he found: a river that flowed with water the color of blood, rust from minerals. You now suspect a forest of trees petrified into stone. A great, fat valley where the wind made a sound like chanting. He turned back, not out of fear, but because he realized he was forgetting the way home. His journey back was a slow erosion of self, sustained only by fragments of song that reminded him of his family's faces. He returned gaunt, speaking in fragments, but he had mapped a new corridor of survival. The story's lesson was to fold curiosity has value, but memory is rancor. The land is vast, but your place in it is defined by what you carry within. After she finishes, there's a long silence. Then your middle child asks, "What happened to the song?" The one that reminded him. Your mother smiles, a rare, full smile that smooths the deep lines around her eyes. "You know it," she says, and she hums 3 notes. A simple, falling melody used to soothe the reindeer. You've heard it 10,000 times. Now, suddenly, it is freighted with the weight of a man's salvation. The ordinary is revealed as sacred. The child's eyes widen. The knowledge has been transferred, not as a fact, but as a layer of meaning applied to something already known. The tools are another scripture. The flint point a child found is not a relic, it is a text. One night, you take it out. You run your thumb over its pressure-flaked edge, each tiny rigid decision made by another mind, another hand. "Look," you say to your children gathered close. "See how this edge is steep. For scraping hide. This one long and sharp. For cutting. One stone, many tasks." You do not say, "Conserve resources." You show them the evidence of it, embodied in stone. You let them hold it, feel its balance, its deadly efficiency. The ancestor who made it becomes a teacher across centuries. Their priority, their skill, Their philosophy of utility all are communicated through the silent language of form and function. The spouse is teaching the oldest child the art of the snare. The lesson ain't mad about the loop of sinew. It is about understanding the mind of the hare. They are at the edges of the scrad, looking for runs the saddle paths worn through the grass. See here, your spouse says, pointing to a slight depression. He is lazy. He takes the same path every day from shelter to feed. He thinks he is safe because he knows it. The lesson is about predictability, about the vulnerability inherent in routine. Setting the snare is the final, simple act. The real knowledge was reading the landscape through the eyes of the prey. It is a lesson in empathy, as a survival tactic. The summer deepens, the method of teaching shifts again. It becomes experiential, accelerated by abundance. You take the children to gather medicinal plants. You do not give them a list. You say, find a play with the leaf that smells of thundering crest. They hunt through the foliage, crushing leaves, until one cries out. You confirm it. This one. For fever, remember the smell. The knowledge is tied to a sensory imprint, the sharp, as on icy scent. It is on mine as forgettable. You watch your parents and your children together. Your father, his hands too stiff now for fine carving, guides your son's small hands on a piece of antler. He is not making anything in particular. He is teaching the feel of the material, how much pressure it can take, how it speaks to the knife. No words are exchanged. It is a conversation of touch and resistance. The knowledge passes from nerve ending to nerve ending. By passing language entirely, you realize you are now the bridge generation. You are no longer the primary apprentice, nor yet the unchallenged master. You are the translator. You must take the deep, often wordless knowledge of the elders and make it accessible to the children who live in a world where Russian words for gun and coin are beginning to sprinkle their speech. You must find ways to make the old ways compelling, to prove their worth against the lure of metal and sugar. So, you create challenges. I contest who can start a fire fastest using the old Bauminist drill method versus the flinking steel trade from the south. The old method wins, not in speed, but in reliability in the damp. You show them how a bone needle, properly prepared, will not snap in the cold like a metal one sometimes can. You are not rejecting the new. You are providing a comparative assessment, an argument for the old ways based on proven performance in a specific crucible of your life. The spiritual knowledge is the hardest to transmit. It is the most abstract, yet the most felt. You cannot explain why you leave an offering at a certain rock. You can only say, it is good to do. The child will either absorb the habitant later, perhaps feel its rightness for themselves, or they will discard it. Faith cannot be commanded, it can only be witnessed. During a passing storm, you take your child to the entrance of the chum. You point to the lightning fracturing the sky. The sky people are arguing, you say, giving the old explanation. And you add quietly, the lightning comes before the thunder because light is faster than sound. One feeds the soul, the other the practical mind. You let the child hold both. They will decide, in time, what weight to give each. The greatest lesson, the one you are only now fully understanding, is about loss. Knowledge is not a growing, permanent heap. It is a stream, and some water evaporates, some soaks into the ground. Skills forgotten are as dead as extinct animals. The way your great minus uncle could mimic the call of the snow goose perfectly, a skill used to hunt, died within. You remember the sound, but cannot reproduce it. This grief is part of the transmission. You feel the weight of what you might fail to pass on. As autumn chills the air, your mother's time grows near. Threat teaching becomes urgent, not in pace, but in focus. She gives you specific, tangible things, the exact location of a hidden berry patch, one that bears fruit even in poor use, the pattern for a stitch that seeth the seam against water better than any other, a verse of a song Eugene ever heard, about navigating by a particular, rarely minus scene star. She is downloading the most critical files from a failing machine. One afternoon, she simply places her hand, light as a dry leaf, over yours. It looks at you, and her eyes are clear, deeper than the sky. No words. In that touch, you feel the passage of everything her rust, her exhaustion, her love, the entirety of her experience flowing into you. It is the final and first lesson. The knowledge is not a tool you hold. It is a current you become. You are now the conduit. The morning she does not wake, and knowledge does not feel lost. It feels relocated. It is in your hands, in your decisions, in the stories you will choose to tell. You prepare her platform with meticulous care, dressing her in her best hides, placing her tools beside her. You do not weep for the teacher, but for the child who will miss her voice. The teacher is now in the wind, in the pattern of the lichen, in the very rhythm of your own breath. At night, you tell the story of the walker. You use her words, her pauses. The children listen with the same solemn attention. As you hum the 3-note melody, you see your mother smiling your child's wondering face. The ember has not been passed. It has been multiplied. The flame that warmed her now lights you, and in your telling, it sparks in them. You look at your family, at the chum that holds you, at the vast, demanding land that is your home and your challenge. The library is complete. It is written in your scars, in your spouse's skilled hands, in the growing strength of your children's backs, in the songs you all know by heart. The winter will come again, with its silence and its white hunger. But you are not afraid. You are a walking archive. You are a living map. You are the story continuing. You remember the cold not as an absence, but as a substance. A thick, glassy silence that filled the world to the brim. You remember the exact pressure of it against your eyelids at dawn, before you even opened them. The way it tasted, metallic and clean, at the back of your throat with each inhale. Do you remember the symphony of white, the blue minus white of shadowed snow, the blinding white of sun on ice, the dirty gray minus white of a storm's underbelly, the gentle white of new flakes settling on old? This was your first alphabet. You learned to read its subtle text long before you understood any spoken story. It is as if you remember the grammar of the herd, the meaning behind it which tear, the warning in a certain low snort, the story told by the depth of a hoof print in soft snow. You learned that communication could be a glance, a shift in weight, a shared silence that meant more than words. The reindeer were your first teachers in the art of listening without sound. You remembered the smell of safety, was the scent of smoke trapped in reindeer fur, of melting snow on hot stones, of your own family's sleeping breath in the close dark of the chum. It was a complex perfume, woven from sweat and pine resin and dried fish. It was the opposite of the vast, scentless void outside. You learned that home was not a place, but a particular constellation of smells in a portable shelter. You remember the taste of time. Winter tasted of iron and fat, a dense, heavy flavor that sat in your stomach like a stone. Spring tasted of nothing, then of the shocking, clean bitterness of the first green shoots. Summer was a riot on the tongue, the oily richness of fresh fish, the bright pop of a cloudberry, the metallic tang of blood from a successful hunt. Autumn tasted of snow and preservation, of berries concentrated into sweet minus dark leather. You learned that the year had a flavor profile, and hunger was the seasoning that made each one profound. You remembered the stories that lived in hands, not mouths. Your grandmother's hands, tracing the seam of a boot, of fingers knowing exactly where the weakness would appear. Your father's hands, shaping the sled runner, feeling for the grain in the wood that would determine strength. Your own small hands, struggling with a knot, learning through failure the intelligence of tension and release. You learned that the body could think, could remember, could solve problems in a language older than speech. You remember the fear. Not the sharp fear of a predator, but the slow, cold fear of a dwindling food cache. The quiet fear in your mother's eyes when the snow fell for a fifth straight day. The hollow fear in your own belly when a child's cough did not improve. You learned that courage was not the absence of this fear, but the decision to lace your boots and check the snares anyway, to sing a quiet song to the sick child, to portion the food with a steady hand despite the dread. You remember the beauty that asked for nothing, Aurora, of course the great, silent curtains of light, and made the snow glow green and purple. Also the small miracles, the perfect, 6- branched symmetry of a single snowflake caught on a dark mitten, the way the midnight sun gilded the edges of a cloud, turning it to molten copper. The setting, heart - stabbing flash of an Arctic fox winter coat against the blue - shadowed snow. You learned that the world that tested you also entertained you, offered you these gifts of light and form as if to say, see, I am not only harsh. You remember the weight of a first responsibility, being trusted to watch the younger children for an hour. The crushing fierceness of it, the way you scanned the horizon for threats they called in fear. The swell of pride when the adults returned and all was well. You learned that belonging meant becoming necessary, that your own survival was tied to the survival of others, and that this bond was the source of both your heaviest burden and your deepest strength. Do you remember the shack of the other world? The first Russian raider, with his bright metal and rough cloth and strange, sour smell, the confusing geometry of his permanent house, the way he looked at your furs not as life, but as currency. You learned that there were entire kingdoms of thought built on different assumptions, that your map of reality was not the only one, and that these other maps could be both tempting and dangerous. You remember the first time you were the teacher, showing your own child how to read the ice. Your words felt clumsy and inadequate. So, you felt silent, placed that small hand on the ice, and said, "Feel, listen," and in their face, you saw the same dawning understanding you had once felt. You learned that knowledge completed its circle only when it was given away, and that in the giver, you understood it more deeply yourself. You remember the losses. The reindeer taken by wolves, the elder who chose to stay behind in the snow, the child born too soon, who did not stay. You've learned that grief was not a storm to outrun, but a kind of weather to live through. It's al dainty bones like the cold becoming part of your internal climate, a permanent, low-highness empathy zone that made the moments of warmth all the more vivid. Do you remember the rhythm that became your pulse? The slow, planting walk of winter travel, frantic, gathering energy of summer, the deliberate, preparatory pace of autumn, the deep, inward stillness of the winter camp. This rhythm was more than habit, it was the drumbeat of your existence, sistening your heart to the turning of the earth. You learned that time was not a straight line, but a circle you walked, season after season, year after year. You remember the moment you knew you would continue. It was not a dramatic decision. It was an ordinary evening. You were mending a net. Your spouse was singing. Your children were playing a quiet game with carved bone pieces. The fire was steady. The wind was a distant hum outside. And you looked around and a thought, clear and calm, formed this. This is what I am protecting. This is why I do all of it. In that moment, the struggle shed its weight of desperation and put on the lighter garment of purpose. You learned that meaning was not found in grand victories, but in the quiet maintenance of a small, warm circle in a vast, cold world. Now, you are the memory. Your face is the map your grandchildren will learn to read, the squint lines from a lifetime of scanning white horizons, the laugh lines from stories told in firelight, the deep grooves from winters of concentration. Your hands are the textbooks, their scars and calluses and specific strengths, a library of applied knowledge. Your voice, and you tell the old stories, carries the echoes of all the voices who told them to you. You are no longer just a person. You are a repository, a living archive. You are the bridge between the ancestors who walked the snow and the children who will walk it when you are gone. And when you finally close your eyes for the last time, when your family prepares your platform and returns you to the sky and the wind, and knowledge does not die, it has already seeped out. It is in the way your daughter ties a specific knot. It is in the song your grandson hums without knowing why. It is in the instinctive glance your great-grandchild gives to a suspicious cloud formation. You have become part of the landscape's memory. Your stories have joined the whisper of the wind through the large trees. Your patience is in the slow growth of the lichen. Your endurance is in the permafrost, holding fast beneath the seasonal thaw. The tundra be taken down, the poles battled the heights road. The sleds will be loaded. The herd will turn its face to the next horizon, and your family will move on, a little darker patch against the endless white. But you will be with them, not as a ghost, but as a habit, not as a voice, but as an instinct. You will be in the rhythm of their walk, in the careful rationing of their fat, in the respectful silence they keep when the northern lights dance. You have become part of the pattern, the great, silent, beautiful, brutal pattern of continuation. And so the story goes, not from beginning to end, but around and around. The snow falls, the fire is lit, the children listen, the old teach, the young learn, the herd moves, the cold seeks its way in, the warmth holds its ground. It is not an epic, it is a heartbeat, the slow, strong, persistent heartbeat of a people who looked into the white silence and answered it not with a shout, but with the soft, steady sound of their own breathing, the crunch of their own footsteps, the quiet hum of their own enduring song. The library has no walls. Its shelves are the tundra, the taiga, the star-filled sky. Its books are the patterns of lichen on a north-eastern stone, the behavior of a ptarmigan in a blizzard, the taste of the first meltwater. Its librarians are the grandmothers and the uncles, the mothers and the fathers, passing the fragile, vital pages from hand to calloused hand, from memory to hungry memory. To live here is to become a letter in this vast, unwritten text. To die here is to have your essence absorbed back into the syntax of the land. And to be born here is to be given the immense, lifelong task of learning to read.